we go. The microphone is on. Welcome, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And, of course, you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Welcome on board on this lovely April 10th of 2023. And let's take a look at things. Well, we had some shakers around the world, nothing major. Well, sort of, kind of, sort of. Sharon Stewart singing, "I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. And let's see, Shivelish apparently went off. Yeah, I was looking at the report for Shivelish. Volcanic ash to 52,000 feet or 15,800 meters. That's just about 16 kilometers up. That's pretty far. And let's see. Oh, the Martian just landed. Careful, everyone. And those thrusters are still hot. Don't get too close to the rocket. And welcome to everyone. First off, welcome to our moderators. Arizona Snowman in the background. Piggy is here. Piggy, if you need to sleep, you go ahead and sleep, okay? And don't worry about us. Arizona Snowman is in the background. And I know C&D Boy was here. He took off. He's got dinner. Apparently also going to check on a lamb or something like that. I have no idea what's going on there. Anyway, hope the lamb's okay and they find it. Anyway, also Arizona, no, we got, how about Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies. He's the other one. There you go. And Lucas Snow, and sometimes Texas, Joseph Fields, Texas. Thank you, Dr. Fox, if my brain switches off. Okay, no worries. Want to say thank you to Oz for gifting that membership, and congratulations to Amelia who got it. And Kia ora, Amelia. And I see you in there. And Oz, of course, was a first person in today, so Oz gets the cookies. And that is very cool. And, let's see, what else we got on the go here? Not much else cooking. Still, I don't have any volcanoes that are doing anything wonderful other than Shivelish, which has no live video, no live audio, no live anything. Satellite pictures. It's one of those things. It's always those ones that are erupting. There's no nothing, typically. But what do we do when we live in a shoe and the rest of them have bad weather? It's little disappointing for Monday, but what do you do? Yeah, I seen you mentioned that Piggy and Crete had a 4.1. I was just going to pop up the earthquake map and see what was going on there. I didn't actually, didn't show on the USGS map, unfortunately. And I was a little disappointed in that, but then again, USGS doesn't take those things into consideration. I do see the 4.1 south of the Hellenian Arc, and it is, did you feel it, Piggy? I'm just wondering if you felt it. It being down on the arc, you may not have. But that is kind of where it is down in the southern portions. Here, let me show you real quick. And that is the suspect right there, that 4.1. And no, didn't feel it. And the Hellenian Arc is something like this in here. And if I zoom in a little bit more, you might be able to see a little better, but it kind of goes like that. So that is right on the Hellenian arc, and anything that is kind of right there, it doesn't transmit too well to the Sea of Crete area, or to Piggy's place there on the island of Kos. So that's interesting anyway. Got a friends on holiday in Crete. Okay, well, they would have likely felt it, especially if they were over on the eastern side. So that is for sure. And let's see, what else we got on the go? If we zoom that out, do we see anything, any big shakers anywhere real quick? We got a 5.1 in the mid-Atlantic ridge. We've got 5.6 down in the southern mid-Atlantic ridge, also not on the USGS maps, which really is not good, and a 4.9 down there. So something is moving. We can see that. Nothing up on the top of it. We did have a little bit of a bigger shake up there, 4.9 in Russia. I don't think that one was on the USGS map either. At least I didn't see it. Yeah, if that's it underneath here, they're calling it a 4.6. So 4.9, 4.6, I guess downgraded a little bit. We'll see. Everybody uses a different level in their map. And we do see some bigger ones here. There is a bigger one over in Papua New Guinea, 6.0, shaking that area a little bit. So that is of interest, but we're not seeing any volcanoes going off anywhere, and that is kind of a disappointment in a way. Anyway, that's kind of the update or news for right now. Let's say hi to everyone in here. And we'll start out by saying hello to OneFish26 and Amelia and Mars 2028 and Oz, of course, who got the cookies. Sharon Stewart is on board. CVET69 also here. Hermione and Fluffy are here. Henry Nelson is in. Juliet is on board. Sarah Miles, welcome. And who else we got? Henry Nelson, did I say your name? Sarah Miles putting up a sheep. That's bad, Sarah. And let's see, who else we got? Juliet, we got, there we go. Sarah, we got Sharon. All right, scrolling up here looking for other names. King Colin Deadman also in the house. And scrolling upward looking for more wonderful names. Christian is here. Claire Shipman also on board. And who else we got? Linda Schoof. Welcome, Linda. And still scrolling up looking for others that may be hiding in here. Grabbed a cookie, ran to the Lurkers Lounge like Bill Kimmel. And did I say Juliet? I hope so. Yeah, there we go. Still scrolling up. More, looking for others. Grandma B is here. Welcome, Grandma B. Good to see you. And who else we got? Dan is back. Welcome, Dan. And still scrolling upward, looking for possibly other wonderful names. And so far haven't seen anyone that I haven't called out already. So, and I'm up as far as I can go now. So, all right. If I did not call your name out, I do apologize. I try to say hi to everyone in here. Sometimes it doesn't happen. Sometimes we miss people. So if I did miss you, I do apologize. And you can pop in and say hi and yell at me if you need to. And all that. And anyway, that should be okay for right now. And let's get at things, of course. Oh, Raymond Bensler just popped in. grab a cookie, Raymond, and away you go. Yeah. Let's see. Who else? I think we got everyone else. Oh, so I'm just trying to figure out where to really start, since we don't have a heck of a lot of activity anywhere. I was thinking Hawaii. It's pretty calm there right now. Let's take a look and see what's happening in Hawaii. We'll get rid of the little banners down here, and let's see. We'll get rid of that. There is our Helemaumau crater live, and 13:09 there. So 9 minutes after 1 p.m. in Hawaii. Looks cloudy out in the distance with some sunshine poking through. We see some smoke. There's nothing really major going on here. It hasn't collapsed, hasn't reactivated, hasn't done anything. So I'm disappointed. We need a volcano. What would make a grand postcard? A decent volcano or a sheep? I missed what you're referring to, One Fish. But hey, if you want an image of some sort, let me know. Oh, this view? Well, you're welcome to take a screenshot. Easy enough to do. If you want one, just say so. I can do one and send it to you. I just did a screenshot. You can do that. A sheep postcard. Sarah, that's really sheepish. Get it? Oh, never mind. Bad humor. Bad humor. It's sheepish. Okay. Let's carry on. You can see the clouds moving across. Yeah, that is kind of cool. It's a cloud monster. As it moves all the way across. Lizoid, I just made it home for the stream. Welcome. Glad to have you on board, Lizoid. Cloud shadow. Yep, it's the shadow monsters. They'll get you every time. Anyway, that is kind of what the view is there right now. Quick shot from the other side. Let's refresh that. That was yesterday's. This one is today's. The B1 cam down on the crater level. It looks like it's just as ripply as it was before. Doesn't look like it's changed any. You can see a Pig Island off in the distance here, and a few other protrusions of rock. And it's interesting to see some other ones sticking up all of a sudden. I never noticed this one before over here. This one seems to be taller. I don't know. Things are changing, shifting, sagging. I have no idea. Anyway, and there's the southeast lava pond, and that is all cool. Hey, EC is here. Welcome, EC. I'm glad to have you on board. Popping over to the thermal image for a second, and we'll refresh that one as well to get an up-to-date thermal image. And there it is. That is the latest one. You can see the outline of the west lava pond, portions of the old west vent, and you can definitely see where the southeast lava pond was, and right in there is where that central fissure or opening was, vent, whatever you want to call it. And of course our hot glowy spot is still there, and of course that is hot, and that has magma underneath, and as long as that's there, and that's usually a good indicator that we still have a lot of magma underneath there, and it's really hot. So don't be wandering out there, and that will be good. Anyway, that is our wonderful Hawaii, so we'll leave it be, and we'll zip over to our next port of call, which will be Iceland. I just got to find where the heck I put Iceland. Things got confused again, as per usual. Let's see if we can make some of these a little bigger so we can see them. And then we'll go over there. And there we go. All right, here comes Iceland. And that, of course, is our wonderful city of Reykjavik. And Reykjavik, of course, the capital city of Iceland. And let me see if I can get back on that screen now. There we go. Going back about 10 hours just to see what it was like. Oh, come on, 10 hours, you can do it. Oh, there we go. All right, so intermittent cloud, just like Hawaii. I got the same weather, except for Hawaii is about 20 degrees Celsius warmer. Anyway, it looks not bad. Some new fresh snow up on the mountains, but I'm sure that will melt away in due course, and you can see more in the background here. And that is all cool and awesome. Let's put that one back on live so we can see what it is now. And of course, this is the regional airport. Let's back that up 10 hours and have a look at it. And there you go. That is what it looks like right now. It does look dry, so not that much rain. Still everything kind of a brownish color. Hopefully it will get green soon. And did they have a decent sunset? I'm just going to go and take a look at that. And that's kind of your sunset there in... let's see if we can get it just at the right point. Yeah, that's the sunset for today in Iceland. So that is pretty awesome. And yep, that looks all right. Can't complain. But you know, we do see clouds. I mean, hey, Iceland gets a lot of weather. Let's put that back to live, and we will see what our next shot is. Of course, there you can see the two tower lights flashing there, and then of course the kind of hidden over here is the town of Grindavik, behind all the steam that's coming out in that direction. Let's go back 10 hours, take a look at what it looked like. The steam was going the other way 10 hours ago. A little better visibility than yesterday. We can actually see stuff in the background, which is really awesome. Steam geyser still geysering and doing its thing. And of course we have in here the other one. It's you can see it's working, but not very hard. And of course that is the geothermal power plant there, using the steam to create electricity. And again, too hard to see the towers, but you can kind of make out the Grindavik, the town buildings there. And very, very hard to see Ragnar over there, but there's a little bit of a rise there. It's not clear enough to really see it, but that's where it is. And that's it for this shot. So we will put that one back on live. We'll make that smaller, and just like the other ones that were supposed to be. And then we can go to this next shot, and of course we'll automatically go back 10 hours here because we can't see otherwise. And there it is. Hey, we can see it. And that is our wonderful Katla. And very nice to see the clouds are up high enough that we can actually see Katla. Back from Belize, looks like, and there should be a volcano, but none seen. Belize, Cvet, you went to Belize? Where'd you go in Belize? To Belize City, or did you go out onto Ambergris Key, or whereabouts did you head to? Because I was there in Belize a bunch of years ago, and I enjoyed it very much. Very friendly people, and I'm very surprised that 96% of the people there speak English very well at that, which is awesome. Anyway, that is our wonderful Mount Katla there in Iceland, and that is looking pretty awesome. The weather did kind of change a little further down the road as those clouds decided to hide things, but that is okay, and we will leave it as such. Put that back on live, and we'll make that smaller. We'll go to our next shot here, and of course that is the harmonic tremor chart. Going to refresh that so it gets up to date, and there we see what is going on. So yesterday we did see that rise, and it dropped a little bit. We did have a fair amount of tectonic movement, as you can see by the very wide line here. So there was a lot of tectonic movement, and it seems to be subsiding. The magmatic had dropped off as well, same with the seismatic, the green one. It was a British colony visited Belize City, San Pedro Island, and inland to the mountains. Oh, yes, well, CVET, yes, Belize used to be called British Honduras way back when, and then they got their independence and changed to Belize, and that was awesome. Anyway, that is what we see there, and looks interesting but not encouraging, if you know what I'm saying. I want to see an eruption so bad. Let's go up and take a look at Askia, see what it's doing. And there is the Askia chart. Lots of spikes indicating lots of tremors, and at least tectonic activity as per se. And we see the decline of our magmatic line, and the seismic also going down. Yona, welcome. And what, a 70 Kivics in what? Herdebreit? Okay, 70. I'm not sure what Kivics are, but Herdebreit, huh? We'll have a look and see what is happening there in a few minutes. Anyway, looks interesting though. A little bit of activity there for Askia. And then let's go down, have a look at Grimsey real quick on the way to the next one, which will be our which one is it? Grindavik. There we go. Grimsey kind of went up and is dropping back off again. Final end result here, both a slight little increase at the end for the magmatic and seismic. Looks like our tectonic is just steady as she goes. One little quake in there. Tremblers. Okay, that is pretty cool. And thanks, Yona, and glad to have you on board. And yes, for those who do need to know, Yona is in Iceland, just a little bit south of the capital city of Reykjavik. And there is our chart for Krusavik, which is to the northeast of our Fagradalfjall, kind of depicting almost the same thing. It looks like the seismatic. The green is a little different than ours, but otherwise it looks pretty good. Van Tire Donkey. Van Tire Donkey. Ah, hey, Van Tire Donkey, there's 4 bricks stacked up in the parking lot next door. Did you forget a few? Um, anyway, not sure what they're going to do with them. I think the guy said he was going to use them as car jacks or something, just in case he needed them. Not sure, but anyway, that's okay. Let's put this back on Fuego and we will go take a look and see what we've got happening earthquake-wise. So yeah, he's counting on his hooves now. The donkey, are you counting? I'm sure you're 4 bricks short of your load. There were 4 bricks. And Pamela Moncure, welcome. Glad to have you on board. Anyway, 5-minute warning. Thank you, Piggy. And we got 100 quakes in the last 24 hours there at our wonderful Iceland. And 70 of them are over there. They're the Kviviks over there at Herdebreit. Oh, hang on. Tremors at Herdebreit. Let's take a look here at the Reykjanes Peninsula. This is, of course, Reykjavik. This is where Jona is. And this, of course, is over here where the Keflavik Airport is. Keflavik, Reykjanesbær, Jardvik. And let's see, if we go zoom in here, you can see Grindavik and the 2 radio towers we were just looking at. And then, of course, up here is the Blue Lagoon. And fine place if you want to go for spa treatments and stuff like that. But not good if you're kind of not into odorous things. Anyway, they do have some quakes happening here. Let's have a quick peek at these ones. 2:03 a.m. 0.46, 3.1 clicks down just beside the highway. 1:52 a.m. They had a 0.57, 3.4 kilometers down. A 0.98, 4.5 kilometers down from 202. 1.35, 5 kilometers down from 2:21 in the morning. Same with this one, 2:21 at 1.33 in magnitude, 4.9 kilometers down, and 1:54 a.m. a 0.95, 4.2 kilometers down for it. If we zoom out a little bit, there's our outline for our Fuego area, and of course that's where Ragnar is, and the Siggy Fisher. So that's what we've got there. Moving over a little bit more, we got a 0.91, 135 meters down, 10:03 a.m. this morning. And then we've got this one is from 1:41 a.m., 0.96, and that is 3.5 kilometers down. I want your van tires. Where's my bricks? They're stacked up in the yard next door where you went. You got the wrong place. Leave my van tires alone. 2 a.m. 0.92, 5.5 kilometers down for that guy. Next one is a 0.87, 2.9 kilometers down, also 2 a.m. And let's zoom out and look and see where this one is. A 0.3 in the middle of nowhere. Dr. Fox's Icelandic production has improved so much since the Geldingadarler eruption. Oh, Geldingadarler. I can't even say that. Geldingadarler. Come on, at least I can say I fjalla yokel now. It's a pretty tough language, that Icelandic. A 0.3, 5.6 kilometers down from 1839. And this one over here is from a 1653. It's a 1, and that is south of Eyjafjallajökull, and that is 5.2 kilometers down. And yeah, that's just on the coast. There's Eyjafjallajökull. Anyway, I know, being a smart guy. Katla in this area, no quakes, sliding up a little bit. Nothing at Grimsvatn, nothing at Bardabunga. What do we got over here? We got this 0.02, very small, 2.8 kilometers down, 5:18 a.m. And within the Askja ring, we do have a 0.54, 22.6 kilometers down, very deep. And it is a break time, and 5:26 a.m. is when that happened. And here we see all these little tremors, the ones that Yona was talking about. She counted every one of them, and there's 70. Anyway, we'll take a look at those after the break. So I'm going to put you back over to here, but we'll give you some lava to look at. And we'll leave this on so people know it's archive footage, not thinking it's erupting right now. On that friendly note, please, if you are enjoying the show, do consider hitting that like button if you haven't done so already. Also, if you're new and you haven't subscribed and your name is not Elena, you should be okay to subscribe. And don't worry about hitting the bell icon, and that will only give you notifications, and YouTube does send them out once in a while. Anyway, I'm gonna go take a break. Keep smiling, throw some music at you, play nice in the lava. I'll be back. Thanks. And the microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Welcome, oh mummy of hamsters. I see you snuck in there, and you're lurking because you're working on pricing the order. No worries, and thank you for the welcome back. Also, thanks, Mars 2028. And I was unaware that you have to declare your laptop, or sorry, not laptop, mobile devices and, what did you say? Mobile devices and tablets. That is absolutely silly. No country in the world does that except for Brazil. And thanks, Claire, for the welcome back, and awesome. Yeah, kind of confusing that way. And I'm sure Sharon Stewart's going to come along with, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. Something like that. That one actually was pretty good. And so, anyway, let's get back over and we'll do the rest of the earthquakes. Oop, I forgot to stop my lava. I got to do that first. Sorry, I got to go back. We got to go back. We're on the wrong map anyway. Go there. Stop the cam. And pause it there. Use my magic power. And let's get back over and we'll take a look and see what we had there. So that's Herebreit right there. And we've got all kinds. We're not going to count out each one because there are so many. Dr. Fox, I'm going to get asleep. All right, Piggy, good night, and you get some rest, and hopefully everything will be good for you. I hit the letters on the key on the video area. Had to jump back in. All right, really, did you hear me singing? It was good. I thought it did real good. 0.98, 9.9 kilometers down, 16 minutes after 6 a.m. You'd think I'd learn. It's just like me. Sometimes I start typing away and I thought, yeah, why am I not typing? I just clicked there and it had clicked me out somewhere. I've been looking at Brazil customs forms today. I filled out a lot of them before, but these are really weird. All right. Well, hopefully they're okay. Anyway, 545, 1.16 and 9.8 clicks down. These are fairly far down. 1.1 at 9.3 clicks down. This one is a little shallower, 0.75 from 10 minutes after 7 a.m., 7.7 kilometers down. This one 7.6 clicks down, a 0.91 from, what was it, 6:14 or something like that. Another one from 6:14.91, same depth. This one 1.53, 6.9 kilometers down, 6:15. 1.04, 7.1 clicks down, 11:55 for that one. 0.89, 7.3 kilometers down. These are all quite deep. 7:21 a.m. for 0.89. Very interesting. This is 7 kilometers down, 0.83 at 12:16. 0.44, 7.4 kilometers down at 7:18. This one is also 7:18, 0.74, 7.6 kilometers down. 1.08, 4.4 clicks down, yep. 0.66, 6.1 kilometers down, 7:21 a.m. 0.44, 5.2 kilometers down. So further north we go, the shallower they get. 7:28 a.m. for that one. This one, 0.51, 4.9 kilometers down from 7:18. Hiccups. And don't need those. 0.48, 3 kilometers down, 3 minutes after 8 a.m. for that guy. This lonely one by itself from 1928. 0.6, that's not the year, that's the time, and that is 16 kilometers down again. Wow, big difference. This one 11.9 kilometers down, 0.51 from 1951. And in 1920 we had a 0.45, 11.1 kilometers down. Just grabbing some of the larger ones here. 5 kilometers down for a 1.92 from 1958. This one here from 2033, 1.9, 3.7 kilometers down. This 0.7, 3.9 kilometers down from 2114. If we go up and look for the bigger ones out of here, they seem to be getting smaller the further up they go, though. 0.5, 5.6 clicks down, 2149. This top one here, 6.5 kilometers down from 1353 for that 0.4. Let's grab this 1.23, 6.1 kilometers down, 1917. Just to get a general idea, 1.2, 3.9 kilometers down from 2129. So it gives you a pretty good idea. These are all to the west of Herdebreit, and the other group was to the southwest. Kind of makes you wonder what's going on there, and they're fairly deep. So nothing too shallow. 1 in magnitude, 104 AM, and 4.6 kilometers down for that guy. And we move up a little bit, we get another little swarm here. 0.9, 3 kilometers down, 1749 for that. 0, 5.2 clicks down, 1248. Then we've got a 0.3, 6.9 kilometers down from 1757. 1.83, 6.4 kilometers down from 1148. And the other one is a 1.66. And that's in magnitude, of course, and that is a 6.4 kilometers down from 47 minutes after 47 minutes after 11 a.m. And this one is 13:15 is the time, 0.4, 4.6 kilometers down for that guy. We got a lonely 0.25 over here, 4.1 kilometers down, 10 a.m. and then we've got at 1:48 a.m. a 1.02 and a 9.43 kilometers down. This 0.7, 5.2 kilometers down from 2203, and some very close to Grimsey. And these are close ones. This is from 1826, 1.4. 6.9 kilometers down. The other one is a 1.33, 7 kilometers down at 2009. And I doubt very much that they felt those. Those are very small quakes. But it's interesting to see that we are seeing a bunch of activity all of a sudden here at Herdebreit, and kind of makes a guy wonder about movement of the plates. Those definitely would reflect movement rather than anything volcanic in nature for the time being. So that's kind of what we got going on there. Let's pop over to our next port of call, and of course that is over in the Azores, going down the mid-Atlantic ridge a little bit. There is one of the towns in the harbor, one of the harbors there on the island of São Jorge, or São Jorge in Portuguese, and of course we see the lights of Pico Island off in the distance, and that is what we've got there. If we go look at this one, this is a little cove that we look at to see how much white water we see splashing up, see how rough the ocean is. And we see a little bit, but nothing really major. No huge waves slamming in, so little boat, still not advised. Medium size maybe, but as they say in Jaws, I think you're going to need a bigger boat. Looking at this, still no new quakes on the island of St. George. Let's go over to the other map though. We will refresh that one and redo it, make it nice and big so we can see what's going on. But we only have one quake, and let's get rid of the advertising. So it's a 2.1, that's what they're calling it right there. Happened at 1:55 in the morning, and that is 2 kilometers down, and that is on the just off of the East Azores fault on the Eurasian side, if you will. But that is where it is, and that's the only quake for the Azores today. So let me put it back to here. Let's go over to our next one, and yes, you're seeing that correctly. That is white stuff, icing sugar all over Popocatepetl. Yeah, somebody went during the night and they sprinkled a whole bunch of icing sugar, tons and tons of it all over the place, and made it white again. And, well, no, really what it is snow. And it actually... in the very, very early morning hours, there were a couple of shots where you could see it. It was looking pretty darn snowy, and this is, we'll go right back there right now, and just so you can see, it is billowing out a lot of material this morning at just about 6:30 a.m. But you see how much snow was actually on there, almost enough to go skiing down as in a safe manner with some pretty good moguls there. That looked pretty awesome, but the problem that we had is, of course, the clouds were in the way, and that always makes for a horrible view. This is a little bit later, 7:20 a.m., and of course you can see a lot of the off-gassing looks really, really white, and that is because there's a lot of cold air up there. And we go a little further, 7:49. It does show us some plumage of ash and stuff. Let's see if we can get it onto the next little eruption there. 7:51, there we go. And you can see that billowing out, lots of ash and tephra and other good things in there, making it look very grayish. So pretty awesome. Apparently most of the ocean floor has only been mapped to a resolution of 5 square kilometers. How do you know Mars 2028? Have you been down there? Huh? I'm kidding. Yeah, the ocean floor is a mystery. There's all kinds of things down there. They haven't found those UFO bases yet. Anyway, that's what we were seeing this morning, and it kept on doing that pretty much all day long with various outputs and plumes. There you can see at 8:13 it was going again, and you know, as you go along here, 8:40 more clouds coming out. This one is yeah, 9:04 still doing its thing. Go a little further. It eased up for a little bit and was only throwing out clean stuff, but let's see, yeah, the battle of the clouds in the way here. Unfortunately, for the most part, it was in the clouds, and we don't have a very good opportunity to report on things when we can't see them. This, of course, much later, just about 4 p.m., we can see very dark area up there, but it's hard to tell if that is a cloud in the foreground or if that is ash material being ejected from the volcano. And of course, getting back to where it is now, that should be just about there. We do see it putting out, yeah, rats, volcano gray. Rats, I thought they were kind of brown, but okay, I guess different rats. It's okay, no worries. And I thought I seen some raindrops come down here for a second. Hopefully it will be okay. Anyway, that is our wonderful Popocatepetl, 70 kilometers south of Mexico City. And it did have some little eruptions during the night, but from when I checked, the only problem was that the clouds were in the way. And you could, once in a while, you'd see a little bit of lava. I seen a couple times there was a little bit of lava down here. And then another time I seen a little bit of lava peeking through the clouds just below the cloud cover. And not worthy of making a video of any kind, so I just left it. Anyway, let's go over to Fuego. And what happened to Fuego? Let's see if they were up and running. Yep, and they're up and running. Oh, I see why they did what they did. Fuego's having the same dilemma, and they've got weather. Volcano gray. It's our favorite nemesis. And let's see. And there we go. Going back 12 of 29, or just about 12:30. Just after lunch, it was visible, and did have a little bit of plumage. And there we go at 12:17 as well. And then it got hit and miss with being able to see it. And it's been incognito ever since. And that is unfortunately the way it goes when you're looking at those volcanoes. As I'm going ahead here, it's virtually impossible to see anything. So it happens. It's disappointing for volcano observers, but what do you do? It is what it is. Mother Nature does what it likes to. Frowns down upon us every once in a while. We get enough of a clear shot that it teases us a little bit, and we don't get to see a darn thing. Anyway, let's make that small again, and the other one small, and we'll carry on and go take a look at this. This was Messiah yesterday at, what was it? 2017 is when I got that shot. There's that little crescent of lava that you would normally see in that caldera. Let's see what it looks like right now, if it will show up. No, only half a shot. Darn it. I hate when that happens. I don't know why they only transmit half of a photo. But I guess it's the way it is, and nothing we can do about it. Let us carry on. Shipping done. I'm back. Okay, or shopping done. Oh, sorry, shopping. You got shopping done. Welcome back, Oz. I'm glad to have you here. Let's go to our next volcano, and that will be Merapi. And let's see if Merapi will make us happy. And I know Merapi had cloud issues today, and you can see them. It's a jungle out there. Literally, it is a jungle. Leo Carlson, welcome and good morning to you from our wonderful Canadian Great White North, which is melted, and we're going to get some more white tomorrow. Yeah, all cool. Glad to have you here, Leo. And Merapi, of course, was doing the same thing as what we have with all our typical volcanoes when we want to look at them, and that is volcano gray, and not making me happy. This was a little bit earlier at just after midnight their time, or what is it? Yeah, 27 minutes after midnight. It didn't really show anything spectacular though. If we do look at the bottom left-hand side there, you do see the lava flow was happening. I'm just going to back that up a little bit and see if we can see anything other than just that little bit of red in there. So let's see if we can back that up a few dozen seconds and try to see some more glowy lava. I want to see bacon. and it's just not happening today. Yeah, there was a little bit of flow there, but not a heck of a lot. So yeah, I'm not sure what to really do here, other than say, yeah, we did have some, but it wasn't very visible, unfortunately. If we back up a little bit more, there were a couple spots where we did see a little bit of the bacony goodness. Let's back that up just a little bit so we can see that flowing down. And we'll get it backed up a little bit more there, and we'll switch to full on the cam there. There we can see it. And a little bit of bacon, and that was at 23:45 their time there in Indonesia. And you can see the lavely bacon flowing down the hill, and definitely doing its thing. So pretty awesome. 2 minutes to Pepsi time. Thank you, a wonky donkey. And yeah, so a little bit of bacon, and a little bit of bacon is good for the soul. Well, hopefully. And I think this is just about the only bacon we're really going to see that is fairly fresh and live today. So enjoy it. And this is very, very poor as far as of late. We really do need a decent eruption somewhere, and you know, I'm hoping that we see something somewhere. I am so, you know, volcano starved that I have no idea what I'm gonna do. I mean, I'm getting tired of showing canned lava. I need new lava. It's hard to deal with. So anyway, that is what we were seeing there, and of course just little bits of bacon. There really isn't a heck of a lot coming out. It certainly has slowed down from what it was previously doing as far as activity. So a lot less going on now, so the pressure is off. We're running out of lava cans. Yep, we definitely are. I'm going to have to open a bunch of these partial cans and start pouring them together to make other videos to try to get something up there. But yeah, it is what it is. Anyway, it is a break time, you guys. So while we talk about the break and everything after, we'll just finish watching this little last run of bacon down the hill. Yeah, we'll have bacon seeds after the break, and Piggy sent a bunch of new ones, which is very nice of her. And on that friendly note, if you have not yet, hit that like button. If you're enjoying the show, please do. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. And on that friendly note, I am going to go take a break. We'll put you back onto our canned lava, unfortunately, and we will let you have a look at that while I take 4 or 5 or 6 minutes or 7 minutes, and we'll be back then. So keep smiling, be good, and here's the canned lava. And that, of course, Cumbre Vieja volcano from December 3rd of 21. And that is what it was doing back then. And that's the kind of a volcano eruption we need. Something we can get our teeth into. No, hang on, we wouldn't want to hurt ourselves with biting the hot lava. But hey, that's what it is. So that is all cool. Then after the bacon seeds, we'll come back and we'll see if we can find Mount Ruapehu in the clouds as well. And we'll go to Taupo from there. So don't go away. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Hit that like button. I'll be back. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. Yes, you better watch out for those lava snakes. They have a nasty bite. Mars, I'm sure they do. Thank you, Leo, for the welcome back. And Oh Mummy of Hamsters says, welcome back, Uncle Doc. And thank you, Mars 2028. And I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. No, I don't know. It's getting worse now. I thought I had the melodious thing down earlier there, Sharon. Anyway, thanks, Oz, for the welcome back as well. And it is a bacon seed time, so let's stop our lava snakes. Saving the voice melody. What? No, don't do that. don't save it. There, we stopped that volcano. And we'll stop those snakes from going any further. Let's get over to the bacon seeds. And we'll see. Of course, that was yesterday's last little bacon seed. Well, it's actually not a bacon seed. That was a wabbit. But we'll see what Piggy sent us for today. And there she is sending. And here's our first bacon seed. And he looks like he's in a hurry going through that grass field. I think he's running away from a snake. Anyway, he might need a hogwash too. I think maybe he dug a snake up and he's booking it out of there. Let's get to our next bacon seed. And yep, hogwash needed, required. And here's another fine specimen. Oh, he's in search of truffles. He's sniffing for truffles, or is it a trouble? I don't know. He better not be sniffing for tribbles, then we'll all be in trouble. Oh boy, that is bad humor. Trouble. Anyway, next bacon seed, you guys, is these two fellas. They're out in a clover and just laying there enjoying their day. You beat me to the tribble line. Oh, it was a tribble to the race to the line. Tribble to the line. Oh, say it 5 times real fast. Tribble. Troubles with tribbles. Troubles with tribbles. I can even say it without teeth. Wow. Next, a bacon seed. As these two, they are also wandering in the weeds, and I don't think they found any tribbles. And no troubles there for sure. Let's get to our next one, and he's in the what are those? Those are not what the heck, pansies. That's it, pansies. On the one side, and what else they got on the other side? I can't see them too well. Yeah, pansies on the one side and something else on the other, and that is okay. But yeah, at least no troubles with tribbles there. We'll carry on, and this guy is just sniffing around. He's maybe sniffing for tribbles. Hopefully he won't find any, because they're troubles. Petunia. Did you know Petunia is a rabbit? I don't know if you ever watched America's Got Talent there, Sharon Stewart. There was the girl on there with her little rabbit, and she was a ventriloquist, and she, what the heck is her name? Oh boy, I can't remember her name offhand. But anyway, she did an excellent job doing the singing. But she calls her little rabbit Petunia. So Here's the next two little guys, and they too are enjoying their day out in the field. And a little bit of a free playtime out in the grasses, and that is awesome. Some sunshine and a nice place to go. Larry saying thank you. You are most welcome. I'm glad to have you on board. And next one is this one, and he's out in the field too. He's got dandelions though, and he looks like he's definitely not suffering for food. Maybe he eats dandelions. And one more bacon seed to go for today, and this is our last bacon seed. And yeehaw! Talk about flying pigs. Look at him go. And that is awesome. He looks like he is enjoying himself, flying through the air. That looks like, did he take, yeah, he did take off. He is going. He's going for it. He's flying. That's what I call a field trip. Oh, yeah. Or wow, or whatever you want to call it. That is definitely moving. And he looks like he's having a good time there. And I'm actually surprised at the agility of some of those pigs. They can jump very well, and they can really run as well. They run like crazy. They jump, they dive, they swim. There's all kinds of things. They dig, of course. They wallow in the mud. Something touched me. Uh-oh. Leo, careful. Was it a snake or a spider? Just really be careful down there. There's all kinds of things. Anyway, that is an awesome shot, and big thank you to Piggy for sending those in to us. And that is absolutely wonderful to be able to share that. Just make sure they don't jump out of the hogwash. Oh, boy is happy. Yep, he certainly doesn't look like he's in distress or anything. He looks like he's enjoying himself, whatever he's doing, and that is awesome. Really like that. That is cool. A very good picture indeed. Anyway, let's leave our wonderful bacon seeds alone. Welcome, Kananaskis country. And we'll get over to our next place of wonder and enjoyment, and that is over to Mount Ruapehu. Uh-oh, let's get there. Still can't see it. No matter what we do, it's back here underneath all that cloudy stuff, and even if we back up, I think those clouds were really liking to hug Mount Ruapehu today. Maybe you can see just a tad bit of it there, but I was trying to see if I could see it anywhere, and going back in time, it really is not visible. So it's one of those days you can see nothing but cloud. So we will leave Mount Ruapehu alone. Unfortunately, it is not doing us any favors. So we'll leave that. Let's go over to our next shot. I already refreshed. I'm going to make that bigger. And this, of course, is the tremor chart for over at Taupo. Also located in New Zealand, and we did see the uptick in activity, and it looks like it's dropping back down. So very little really going on there. It's on the way back down to the floor noise, and it did have a little bit of an uptick there, but it's really heading back down, doing its thing, being quiet. Let's go to the next one, and we'll make that live. There we go. This shot, of course, courtesy of a Suncourt Hotel and Conference Center there in Taupo. And you can see the lake. That is the caldera of the volcano Taupo. And Ruapehu is back there in the clouds there somewhere. So that's what we got. But it looks like an okay day there. Not too great, but also not that bad. So at least not rain or anything like that happening. So they should be all right. Let's go and see what else we got cooking here. Let me see if I can do a quick something. Well, we did have a report on Shivelish. Let's see if we can do that. This was the report on Shivelish. There were no pictures or anything, so basically it's saying that April 10th, 2023, Shivelish volcano, explosive activity continues, volcano ash advisory. Tokyo warned about the volcanic ash plume that rose to an estimated 52,000 feet or 15,800 meters in altitude, or a flight level of 520, and is moving at 20 knots westward direction. So that is quite a bit of a way up. That's 15.8 kilometers up, or about 12 miles. That is a fairly big eruption, 52,000 feet. Yeah, that's about 10 miles up. So that is pretty nasty. Yeah, and you'd have to go steer around it. You don't want to be flying through that. Anyway, that is what they had there. Really nothing major to talk about. I don't think it showed anything on that map. Just shows you the location, of course, up over here in the Kamchatka Peninsula, and that is Shivelish and Bezimiani are the two active ones there on the Kamchatka right now. And that's kind of it for there. And we'll leave that be. Let's see, volcanoes. Refresh this one, see what happens. Nope, nothing. This is Pavlov right now. The other shot, let me refresh that one. And that is Semi, and Semi is not showing up very well. Why do they not write the whole name there somewhere? There it is, Semi-so-apochnoi. Semi-so-apochnoi. It's behind those clouds. At least not all full of snow, so that is what we've got going on there. Yeah, I see my bit rate did drop a bunch. I'm not sure what's going on here. It did drop on both streams for some reason. It's stable again now. We should be all right. And Lou said rain. Lou? Who are you, Lou? And let's see, April 3rd. Lou, are you a brand new person? You don't look familiar. Anyway, Lou, where are you from? Just curious, because we haven't seen you in here, and we see that you have a relatively new account from the 3rd of April. So I'm just curious. We've had a lot of trouble with new accounts lately. So that's kind of a question. Anyway, let's carry on while we're doing our stuff. And we will take, nope, been a while. Okay, well, you got a brand new account, I think, from the looks of things. Or let me go check that. About. Oh, no, you're from last year. Okay. Last year's account. Or 2 years ago. Oh, you've been a while. All right, and that is okay. We'll let you get away with it. An old account. It's old account. Okay. April 3rd, 2 years ago. With you during Iceland. Okay, no problem, Lou. All right. We've just had a lot of trouble as of late, and with a lot of brand new accounts popping in, and that's why we kind of have to look at it a little bit. And but I do see that your account is an older one. Anyway, I'm not going to worry about you then. You can stay. We'll let you stay. How about that? I'm going to throw on a little video here. This one is only 2 minutes, so you may want to turn your volumes up a little bit as I stop talking. And this is just a little bit of education of basically the epicenter versus the hypocenter of an earthquake, so you understand the difference. Always type Pepsi. Okay, there you go, Lou. You're good. No, don't type Coke. Oh, you're gonna break the bot. There we go. All right, here comes the educational portion of the day. It's only 2 minutes though.
Trying to ascertain the exact epicenter. They've been in contact with the National Earthquake Center in Golden, Colorado.
News reports commonly refer to an earthquake's epicenter. The word is a concept coined by Robert Mallet to help people visualize an earthquake's location. The epicenter is the map location on Earth's surface, above where the earthquake began. An earthquake actually begins inside the Earth at the hypocenter. The hypocenter ranges from several to hundreds of kilometers below the epicenter, in Earth's outer brittle layers. What do we mean by the earthquake begins? Let's place a grid on this strike-slip fault surface. A small earthquake releases energy at its hypocenter suddenly, like a blast of TNT. But an earthquake is not like a bomb. The area where the rock ruptured or broke is small, and the distance the rocks moved is small. A magnitude 4 typically ruptures about 1 square kilometer. A magnitude 6 ruptures about 100 square kilometers. Often, there is no surface faulting at the epicenter, but if an earthquake is shallow and the rupture area grows vertically, it may offset the ground surface or create a fault scarp. All earthquakes, including the largest earthquakes like this one on a subduction zone fault, began at the hypocenter. Seismic and heat energy are continuously released as the rupture spreads, as though it were unzipping the rough surface of the fault, sticking and slipping during the chain reaction. The earthquake stops when the fault stops slipping. Computers can make estimates of the hypocenter location within minutes or less, using the time of arrival of the seismic waves at seismic stations surrounding the earthquake. Again, the hypocenter is where it all begins, but the closest we humans can get is the epicenter.
Okay, that's it. That's a quick one for today, just to give you a little bit of volcanic education. And I thought I'd show you that. And we'll see what we can do to get more. Being a bit bored, but glad to be on board. I'm glad to be on the road again, even if it's just a short trip. You're on the road again on short trips is good. Anyway, hopefully you guys got something out of that little short video. The difference between epicenters and the hypocenter, and that is kind of neat. It's nothing major, but I mean it works. It's interesting nonetheless, and I just figured I'd throw that in just to give you a little bit of an idea there. What happened to our lava? It's flowing. Oh, the thing stopped erupting in a major fashion. I just want to see if we can get some more there, further down the road. And I will leave that on. It is just about break time. I'm going to get on a break. After the break, we will go take a look at our wonderful Semeru and see what it's doing. And then we will go from Semeru to Japan and have a look at Japan and see if there's anything new happening there. No, not the Coke. We want Pepsi. Oh, see, Pepsi. There. Every time you do that, you break the machine, Lou. Yeah, see? There we go. All right, I'm going to go take that break. For those good people who are here, please do hit the like button. If you haven't done that as of yet, please do help us out in that way. That's if you're liking the show. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing. That'd be awesome too. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, praying to the lava gods, hoping that something will erupt soon. Anyway, we'll see what happens. I may move this around a bit. Leo, control your snakes. And I'll be back. And don't go away, you guys. Thanks. microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And, yeah, what else we got? Thank you for the welcome backs from Mars 2028 and Leo Carlson in Kananaskis country. I appreciate that. And I'm sure we're gonna thank you, Oz. I appreciate that too. And where's that Sharon Stewart? She's singing, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. Something like that. Oh, she'll be there. She's a problem. Hang on, is it grocery day? No, she's doing something else. It's not singing day. What's she up to? Where is she? Thanks, Thor, for the welcome back. Anyway, let's stop our canned lava. We'll park that right there. And we will get over to our Semeru. Because Semeru loves you. And that is Semeru. And if we go back in time, it was just burping a little bit there. If we, I'll put the smoke back inside the genie bottle, we can see it going back in 5 seconds at a time. It was a little guy, and then the bigger one there, if we back that up a little bit more, you can see it all disappearing. And that's called the reverse eruption. That's something unique to the VolcanoX stream. And it's awesome. Anyway, then if we let it go forward, there you can see the little itty bitty plume coming out and turning into a very gaseous material. Unfortunately, not anything really magic happening there. It's doing its thing. It's puffing a little bit. So if we go back a little bit, this of course. Let's see if we go back. Let's see, 249. Oh, hang on, 651. I wanted to go to. That's about somewhere around here. No, a little bit more. 10 more minutes. Let's try that guy. So from this one here, this was a little bigger eruption. We'll let that play through for a second or two. 651 is what I had written down anyway, and it does show you a little bit more of a plume of ash and tephra and other nice fine materials coming out of the volcano. A little bit on the slow side, definitely not in a hurry today. Was searching for a chocolate. I got it. Oh, you found a chocolate. That is awesome, Sharon. I'm trying to stay away from chocolate for a little while. I've had so much over the last couple of days here that I just need a break from chocolate. That is sometimes just a little too much. Yep. Well, I have no Easter bunnies that, but I definitely have lots of Easter eggs and other good chocolate. So that is what we've got. Anyway, this plume was going to advance that a little bit, just to show you there. It looked not bad, but really not that much activity from it. If we go back a little bit further. I'm trying to find the right spot here. I've got 249 written down on my sheet. Let's see if we can go to that point. Not bad picture earlier there, but 249 is what we're looking for. Let's see, a little bit more. 255. No, we want 249. Oh, I went a little too far. Couple more minutes. 246, and we'll advance it a little bit. And we should be able to see a fairly decent pop there. There you can see a little bit of lava coming out. We know that caldera is full, and we see some leakage. And that is what it is doing there. Actually, it's not a bad shot with that moonlight and everything, and considering it's 2:47 there, 2:48 in the morning, and that is actually pretty darn good to be able to see that. I like it. And so, aloha, Kathy, and good to see you. And that was not bad. And then we will see the pop here just in a second or two. Or a few seconds more, and I'll let that play through. They did still have what looked like lightning off in the distance. It just happened to be clear behind the volcano there, or well, semi-clear anyway. You can see some stars and stuff, which is really a nice shot. I do like seeing that at night. When you've got moonlit stuff going on, and it looks pretty awesome. Anyway, that pop should be happening any second, so we'll just wait for it and watch it. It wasn't too bad. I mean, it wasn't the most exciting, but at least it showed a little bit of lavally activity. There you go. And then, of course, a plume popping out of there, fairly well lit on the bottom end. And I always like watching a little eruption, and that never hurts. Unfortunately, these just aren't big enough. I want bigger eruptions. I need massive eruptions. Maybe I'm just greedy, I don't know. But that is what we were seeing, and that is not bad. Definitely see that the caldera is still churning and cooking. You can see the glow in there, so pretty awesome to see, and nice. But no lava flows. I want lava flows, and that is what we need. So if we advance this a little bit, we don't get to see a heck of a lot of lava, and that's always kind of the downfall. And that is kind of it for that guy. Again, you know, it's really nothing super exciting, and really not seeing tons of lava pouring out. And we do have another one here that we can look at. Let's stick that one back in the bottle here for a second, and try to back that up a little bit, and see if we can show that. That had a little more lava. Okay, we'll let that one play through, so that'll give you a little better idea what that one looked like. And if they were all like this, I'd be a little bit more happy. You can definitely see some bacon, and that one did happen to throw the lava out over top of the caldera wall and down the hill a little bit. So yep, some nice stuff. Just not enough lava again. You know, if it would have done that about 3 times as heavy, I would have really been happy. But we will take what we can get. And of course, you can see the clouds there being lit up by the full moon, or very close to a full moon. Always nice to be able to see that. And the continued glow within the caldera, lighting up some of that cloud work, which is pretty awesome. Yeah, I'm learning thumb texting. I like it. Thumb texting. My thumbs are not that coordinated there, Kathy. I'm a index finger texter. That's how mine work. So that wasn't too bad of an eruption, and I don't think there was that much else, though, in the prehistory here. Everything else seemed to be quiet to the time it came out of the clouds. And let's see, I'm just scanning back a little bit to see if there was Now, there was a little one. We can probably go back to it. It's smaller than what we see here, of course. And it's tough to get anything going, you know. If you got nothing happening, it's hard to run a show and hard to make people go ooh and ah and stuff like that. There you go. You can see the a little bit of lava there, and of course some fireworks. I'm just going to back that up a little bit more here, see if there was any more from the beginning of that. I don't think there was. Nothing really explosive, and that's what I was hoping for. It's just like Popocatepetl. You know, most of the activity is within the caldera, and that is kind of unfortunate. Hang on, we may have another one here that might be better. Let's see if we can see anything from it as it pops up. Yeah, another just a very, very small eruptive activity. This is from 2306 their time. So again, it's really nothing major happening. Just it is what it is, you guys. I can't make this stuff any better, unfortunately, and we kind of got to live with what we get dished out. So yep, plumes are going up, very little lava coming out. So hopefully our future will look a little better, and we'll see what happens. And let's go to our next volcano, and that is going to give us some interesting views, but nothing major again. And that, of course, is our wonderful Sakurajima in Japan. And there you can see it off-gassing. It with the high clouds there, it's very difficult to see what it's really doing. Really not that much going on there either, unfortunately, and it makes me sad, but what do? You know, you can't fix it. And this is kind of an interesting shot. When I was looking at this earlier, I thought, oh look, that looks like lava in there, but that is the sunlight hitting it, and that is very, very white smoke coming out of there, or steam, and it is the sunlight hitting it. Yeah, I wish it was lava. That would really be nice. Lots of birds there at 6:23. They have gotten up a little bit earlier today. Usually they're up by 7 a.m., but 6:23 a.m. So Dr. Fox, you can make an educational video of your demonstration of how a fuego works by shaking your Pepsi and opening it over the sink. Oh wait, no, Mars, we don't do that. Definitely not what we want to do. We can maybe get a bottle of Coke and put a Mentos in it and let that blow up, but again, that's not really the same as a true eruption from a volcano. Let's go back a little bit further and get rid of the sunlight on there, and you can see the true beginnings, and that would be right about here, and you can really tell that it really hasn't, that's before the sunlight hit it. There's nothing, it's just white gassy material coming out, unfortunately. And going back a little further, clear, it was clear earlier, but when we go back far enough, we don't see any glow in here. Just very, very whitish colored off-gassing from the volcano, and no reddish glow whatsoever, and that's already at 1. This is at just about midnight their time. So Nothing really happening there, so we will leave that one alone. This is, of course, our long distance shot. The ice cream boat is not in. I was hoping to wait for it. I don't know if that's it leaving or if it's coming or what it's doing, but that is what we've got there. Close-up cam. This is what the Sakurajima caldera looks like from the edge, of course, the crater cam as they call it, and definitely seeing how white that material is coming out. Very reflective. Ice cream, please. Yep, we're waiting, Leo. I'm sure they'll be there in no time. Hopefully that boat will show up. Let's go over to the other ones in the meantime. Not so much activity from Suwanoshi-jima either. I didn't see anything really major happening with it when I scanned back and through. Even in the late hours of 4:41 this morning, you could see pretty quiet. Is that quality? Yeah, that's about as good as it gets. This one was at 3:29. No considerable change or no visibility on this. I'm just trying to get it where we get some better view. Looks like maybe a little bit coming out of it at 2:30 or 2:24 in the back crater. Nothing very heavy though. And if we go back a little bit further, again, very little, if anything, coming out that we can see. So back to alive. Let's go to the next one. And of course, this is ASO. And ASO is continuing to off-gas and steam, not as much as it has in the last few days, but it is there. Quality is down again on the visibility by a little bit. I think they need to clean their camera or refocus it just a touch. But that's what we're seeing. So being relatively quiet as far as most of our volcanoes around the world. Let's make that one smaller. I want to make this one smaller too. And we'll go over to the next one. And this is our last Japanese one. This is Asama. And Asama is off-gassing. It is continuing to produce SO2. But it too has simmered back down a little bit. So unfortunately not making me happy. I want to see something erupt. And it's unfortunate that we don't get anything out of any of these. Really would be nice to be able to see that. Asama, of course, about 100 kilometers to the west of Tokyo, and whereas Sakurajima's down southern end, and of course Suwanoshi-jima kind of no, not Suwanoshi-jima on its own island. Hey, here comes the ice cream boat now, and that is important. So by the time you get down to the dock, you can have an ice cream, and that'll be good. So at least you won't go without ice cream today. And we do have one inbound ice cream boat. Anyway, gotta love it, you guys. I don't know who started that anyway. Yay, ice cream. Yep. I don't know who started that. I can't remember. Ice cream boat is coming, you bet. And but in all seriousness, there's a couple of ferries that go in and out of that port, and I'm not sure where they head, and that'll be good. So it's a vanilla bar for me. Oh, a vanilla bar. I want a dip cone today. That would be nice. Anyway, looking at just about break time here, so as we consider getting into the break, I will give you the quick spiel here, of course, of hit that like button if you haven't done that as of yet. Also, if you haven't yet subscribed to the channel, sitting on the outsides or lurking in, please do consider and having a quick stomp on that. Stomp on the subscribe button and turn it from red to gray. That would be awesome. And don't forget to hit the bell notification so you can sometimes get notified by YouTube that that the stream is on. And it happens on occasion they don't notify people, and I kind of really get disappointed with that, because you know, it's not very good when you turned on your notifications but you don't get them. Anyway, I'm going to leave it there. We got the ice cream boat inbound. We will go back over and show our canned lava for the duration of the break. And I am going to go take a break. And after the break, we will come back and we will get a look at our earthquakes around the world. And then we will take a look at our SO2 and weather after that. And unless I hear of an eruption in the meantime, keeping fingers crossed. You know, that's you always hope for that email that comes in and says, hey, this place is erupting, and that would really be cool. Anyway, I'll be back, so keep smiling, play nice, enjoy your ice cream, and brain freeze is worse, and don't get brain freeze. Only a small dip cone. That way you don't get any brain freeze. Anyway, let's put it on the canned lava, get the music going for you. And Leo, I hope you got what I mentioned there about that song. It was called A Safety Net. At least that's what was on last. And we'll get this thing going. I'll be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks, guys. go. The microphone is back on. Thank you, Mars 2028, for that. Welcome back. And Leo and One Fish. I appreciate that, you guys. And yeah, let's see. Thanks, Thor. I hope you got the name of that song, Thor, that I posted there for you. And Sharon Stewart singing, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. And a fox just across the parking lot. That was me. Did you see me? Oh, thanks, Kananaskis Country. And Tussle Duck. Oh, Tussle. Tussle? What the heck is a tussle? Okay. Well, I'll leave the tussles alone, and we'll go over and take a look at our earthquakes. Let's see. Ooh, and Dr. Fox, excellent. Thor. All right, there we go. Quick peek at our shakers, and see what we've got going on. So, Aleutian Islands are really a lot quieter than before. We are still seeing some activity on Tanaga. There we go. Anyway, nothing really major going on there. Biggest ones are about 2. So it's not out of the works yet. We do see some activity here as well. Not sure which one that is. That might be Pavlov, I think, but I don't know. And going up here, where's our Aniak check? That is Aniak check right there. So only one little quake. I don't think that thing is going to pop. Same thing goes for a Trident, a volcano. Nothing happening there. The next one over, though, seems to have a little bit more of activity, but very quiet for the most part up there, and sliding down the western coast of North America. We don't see anything till we get all the way down to Nicaragua. 4.7, and that is in the water. I came in yesterday at 2334, and that is 72 kilometers down, and we slide down a bit more. We do see one here in Peru, 4.2, 2254, 89.1 kilometers down, and then we see a pair in Chile. This one, 4.1, and 2:33 a.m., 51.8 kilometers down. The next one is a 4.7, and that is from 4:54 a.m., 75.6 clicks down. Notice the difference, 51 kilometers to 75 kilometers, just by going in further. The further out you go, the shallower they'll be, and the further in you go, the deeper they'll be. So pretty cool to see that. Nothing out here at our South Sandwich Islands. Everything is fairly quiet. We do have one down here on the bottom, a South Mid-Atlantic Ridge, a 4.9 from 922. And we wanted to look here. These are older ones already, so I'm not going to worry about those. I'm going to slide over to New Zealand and take a look on this USGS map. I'm not showing anything new there until we get up to what they call the Fiji area, 4.3 from 5:32 a.m., 522 kilometers down from that 4.3. Then out here, Tonga, 4.5 from 4:49, 142.7 kilometers down for that guy. Vanuatu area, we've got this one, 5.1 from 1758, 128.5 kilometers down. Solomon Islands, right there, 5.4 from 1:05 a.m., 10 kilometers down. Moving over a little bit more, we see one in Papua New Guinea, 5.1 there from 1513 today, 10 kilometers down for that one. Nothing else going on in the most of Indonesia. So on Java and Sumatra, all quiet. We do see two more in our little swarm out here, and that is a Nicobar Island region, 4.5 kilometers down from this. What is it? 10.1 clicks down. 4.5 in magnitude, I meant, and 5:21 a.m. The other one is at 11:11, and it's a 4.7, same depth. So something happening down there. Maybe we'll see a volcano arise out of the pits of the ocean. This guy here, 4.5, Micronesia, and that is from 1329, 10 kilometers down for that guy, sliding all the way up. Don't see anything else all the way up to the Kamchatka Peninsula, and nothing more on the Indian faults. Indian Ocean faults. We do have one here in Afghanistan, 4.0 from 2053 yesterday, 207 kilometers down for that guy. Next one is one in Turkey. Very interesting that they're active again. Notice most of the stuff in Turkey has disappeared, so things are getting better. And 4.3 is this one. 16:45 is the time on it, and of course it doesn't show that 4.0 that Piggy mentioned earlier. And let's go back to the other map here for a second, just to zoom in a little bit, and that was it right there. 4.1 actually from 22:35 UTC, and 10 kilometers down. And of course that is just on the Hellenian arc, and of course the Aegean microplate has got the Hellenian arc on the bottom of it. Unfortunately, they don't show that on the other map. I don't know why. There's a lot of them missing. We don't see anything over there in Sicily either. Very quiet. So Etna will probably not be doing a darn thing. We do see a few more right in here, and that is our wonderful Algeria, and that is kind of we see them. That's the fault right there. So that always happens, and that is interesting to see. But again, it doesn't report it on the USGS map. I guess they don't love us. This one, of course, is an older one, 5.1. We did have that on the USGS map, so we'll leave that alone. Let's go over to the other place, and of course, that is our Canary Islands. I'm going to refresh that real quick, and we'll see if there's anything really new or interesting. This 3.4 up here is an older quake. We'll leave that guy be, and we don't see too much new. This new one, 1.4 over here in Tenerife, and that is from 2010, or sorry, 2040 on the 10th. All right, there we got it. So it is a current one for today, but nothing to worry about. Very small in physical size. And looking at what we've got here in La Palma, nothing. Darn it. These are all from the 8th, so very very old already, and not going to worry about those. So a little disappointed, hoping to see something rumbling, a big swarm somewhere. I prefer Iceland in the kind of a place where there is nobody living, and that would really be nice, rather than islands like this, because they always have people in the way, unfortunately, for the eruptions. Let's get over and start our SO2 map. I'm going to refresh that right now, and we'll get looking and seeing Oh, they changed it again. It looks like we've got snow, well, starting in the wee hours, and then some rain and snow. Now they've extended it into Wednesday as well, to the wee hours. So almost 24 hours of snow that is going to come again, just when you thought spring was coming, right? And that is Alberta, Canada. So anyway, we are seeing this circulation right here, just by the Kamchatka Peninsula, and of course the little plume here, and that'll be from Shivlish and Bezimiani working together to make that little bit of a reddish area. But if it is going to rain there or something, we won't see a heck of a lot of that coming over. Looks like this is actually mostly from up here in Alaska. They've been doing bad things, making pollution, and our pulp plants and everything else up there doing that. But it looks like it's dissipated, and with some good rain, this will disappear as well. Looking at what we've got in the Yukon, not bad. Northwest Territories has a plume from up north there going all the way through it. Then we see some clear stuff above Hudson's Bay in northern Quebec, those areas. We do have central Alberta, central Saskatchewan, pretty heavy stuff there, and then northern Saskatchewan and northern Manitoba has got a fair amount as well. All that is all getting over there into northern Ontario. We've got the west looking not bad, but the eastern side not so good, and getting down into the bottom area here around the Great Lakes. A lot heavier SO2 because of industry and people and stuff like that. It looks really clean though out here in Nova Scotia. New Brunswick, not bad. PEI looking pretty good, as same as out here in Newfoundland. And when we look at the United States, the western half looking really decent. The only places you see any increases are where there are heavy population centers, and that actually goes for the eastern portion as well, except for, like I say, around the Great Lakes, very heavily populated there, as well as places like New York and so on. So that's what we've got there. And getting down here, we see this stuff coming off of Popocatepetl is drifted southward, and that is from Popo and Mexico City, and possibly some of the material from the other volcanoes moving upward as well, joining in with it to create that higher plume. Nevado del Ruiz is still behaving relatively well. We do see it's a plume here, but it's not giving us very much SO2, and for something that's about to pop. Looks like Ecuador is a lot better. Peru not bad at all. Sabancaya behaving and sliding down. Looking at what we've got from Chile, heavy industry for those guys, but not that bad today, and also not that bad from the rest of Brazil. Sliding over, looking at New Zealand, we see some funny circulations here. They may have some bad weather going on. We do see White Isle volcano pluming off to the southeast. Not so much there for Leo's area, a little bit from Melbourne and the refinery stuff. And then, of course, the coking plants north of Sydney are doing their thing. And Tofua, not bad at all either. Yasur outputting a little bit, but for Vanuatu, not so bad. And also really not as bad for Aoba and Gawa here in the northern portions of Vanuatu. These guys here in Papua New Guinea, relatively good. Luolatok continuing to give off a lot of SO2 gas. It's going to the east this time around, and then Semeru will be creating this area. This, of course, is from Merapi, and this plume here, mostly from Jakarta. Mind you, all of these are a little bit, have influence from general population and industries there as well. This one, though, does have a Krakatau right in there, adding to the mess. And let's see. Let's see what we've got here. Yeah, okay. Fawad Bauza, I'm not sure where you're from, but welcome. Anyway, looking at what we've got over on Sumatra, we do have a little bit coming from currency and Merapi, and of course the people population, as well as some from Sinabung, but nothing too outrageous. A little easier from Ibu and Dakono here, and Mayon and Bulasan doing their thing. We do see their plumes separate, and then we do also have from Taal volcano right there off gassing, but the rest is people pollution there in the Philippines. Taiwan, people pollution, and China, of course, pretty heavy duty right now. Looks like Yellow Sea going into the East China Sea, fairly heavy plumes there, and then getting into North and South Korea. Looking at what's coming off of our wonderful Suwanosi Jima, a little bit more than yesterday, not so bad though. And of course this plume here coming from Sakura Jima. Actually, let's go up and take a look. ASO is here. ASO is also adding to this plume a little bit, so you can see definitely some SO2 coming from those volcanoes. Let's take a look out in this area. A little extra gas coming, of course, from Asama up here, but we also have a lot of people population, people pollution because of the high population. And up here you can see all that stuff drifting across from that's compliments of China and bottom end of Russia there. So, like I say, not bad on the Kamchatka Peninsula from Chevalish and Bulasan. Still seeing stuff here in South Africa. Gold smelting is continuing. Niragunga and his friend are doing their thing there in DR Congo. And notice I didn't say a Gonga 1 and Gonga 2. Yeah. And nothing from Urta Ale today. Also a little less from this refinery, but lots coming from over on this side from Kuwait and of course Saudi Arabia, Iraq, and Iran, with all their different refineries producing oil. And Lisa P. Frampton throws renews her membership, and that's awesome, Lisa. Thank you kindly for your support, and glad you renewed. And looking at what we've got going on here, we see from Mount Etna, and that'll also include from Stromboli and Volcano for that plume. Looking at the rest of the areas here in Europe, Spain, Portugal, France, Switzerland, most of Italy, Germany, Belgium, Holland, Denmark, looking all pretty good. Same thing with England, the UK in general, and Ireland looking very clean. Poland a little heavier levels, and then of course the bottom end of Sweden here, and maybe a little bit around bottom end of Norway as well. And I'm not going to worry about this stuff further over in Finland, and we do see a little bit sitting here. Not sure why we're seeing some gases there, but that is what we got. So looking pretty cool and interesting. So right now, all in all though, we have very little around the Antarctic area, and we remember what it looked like during their summer, and we are seeing a little bit more, of course, around the northern areas of up here in the Canadian Arctic, as well as some of the snow melt that is happening up in the Russian area up north. So that's pretty interesting to see the differences in how things happen. And welcome, Lisa, if I didn't say welcome. And that is good that you renewed, though. I did appreciate that. It is time for me to go take a break, though. We will go throw our weather map on here, and we'll take a look, see what kind of weather we got. Actually, let's do Canada real quick. As well, Alaska, cold. At least half of it. The other part, not so bad. We do see a low still sitting up here, and that is swirling around. And we don't see as warm temperatures up in the northern places. We do have a low here, which is helping to pull some cold air back in from Nunavut. And we want none of it. And anyway, looking at British Columbia, not bad. Looks like 9 or 10 degrees there in Vancouver. And out there where Bob is, he's gone for dinner, 8 or 9 degrees out in the rock. If we go check that place called Edmonton, we'll see they are not bad. We got about 9 degrees there right now, about 11 a little further north. Calgary 11, Lethbridge at a whopping 18 degrees Celsius. Medicine Hat coming in at about 18 as well. Kananaskis Country in Swift Current has about 10 degrees. So doing pretty good. Judy M probably got about 3 or 4 or 5. Winterpeg about 6. And then we get into the really warm stuff. And it looks like Thunder Bay is at 11 too. Wow, that is pretty awesome. And northern Ontario quite warm as well, which is really nice. Toronto 10 degrees, 11 degrees. London coming in at about 10. Detroit is about 12. Chicago, wow, 14, 15. And then Henry Nelson's got about 16 out there. They be sweating up a storm. Looking at what we see, about 11 degrees in Montreal, and Quebec City about 6. Looking at what we see in northern New Brunswick, 6 going down to 5, some places 8. Shoreline about between 6 and 4. And of course about 7 degrees in Halifax. Cole Harbour 6 or 7 as well over there for Sue. When she gets back, it won't be full of snow, and looks like between 0 and -1. Yeah, from -1 to +2 for Newfoundland. Labrador up in the north, although still seeing down to -10, -11 in some spots. Northern Quebec, same kind of a deal. And it is break time. And we will do the United States and South after the break. I will put you back over to our canned lava, let you watch that while I take a break. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit the like button, please do give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. That'd be really awesome. On that friendly note, I'm your host, Dr. Fox 2000. Please, one of our bunnies had babies on Easter morning. Aw, Lisa, that's awesome. A baby Easter bunnies. That is really, really cool. Okay, I'm going to go take that break, and don't go away. I'll be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes, and keep smiling, play nice in the lava. there we go. That microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And for those just joining, of course, we are showing archived footage of Cumbre Vieja volcano there in La Palma in the Canary Islands. I wish I could have been there. I really do. That would have been awesome. And thank you for the welcome back there, Mars 2028. And I guess everyone else is sleeping. It's okay. We'll let them be and not worry. And, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. From Sharon Stewart. That's okay. Thanks, One Fish. I am deep into the cold map. Deep in the cold map, huh? That is sounds like you're freezing. Let's pause this. Let's get back over to the weather. And speaking of a cold, we're looking for hot right now. United States, looking at Portland, we see 9 degrees, but look at this, looks like Montana had a beautiful day, all the way up to 25 degrees in some places, and even here in the eastern portions of Oregon and Idaho, they had up to 28 degrees. That is awesome. Looks like Sacramento a whole bunch warmer at 24. Looks like the heat is starting to move in. San Francisco area about 14 or so for Sharon Stewart. And waves. Yeah, there you go. That's over there. And that is awesome. Looks like they got a lot of heat and the interior here up to 30 degrees in some places. Looking pretty darn nice. EC says 87 Fahrenheit. Wow. 15 in Los Angeles, not quite as warm, or 15, 16. And we are seeing, holy mackerel, up there in Death Valley, up to 39 degrees in some places. That is pretty hot. 32 Celsius in Las Vegas. And we have got some wonderful temperatures up to 35 there in the southern portions of California, Mexicali coming in at 33 C, 35 in northern Mexico. Looks like Phoenix, Arizona, 35 degrees. That poor Arizona snowman better be hiding in his freezer. It is absolutely hot there. 33 in Tucson. Albuquerque coming in at about 24 degrees. Texas not faring so well. Down on the bottom, 21, 20 degrees. Corpus Christi, 22. San Antonio, 21. Houston, 17. Burr, 20 in Dallas, Austin. Dallas is 20 as well. Getting over to New Orleans, and they're about 19 degrees. Little Rock, Arkansas, also 19 degrees. And looking at the places like Tallahassee, about 18. They're getting a lot of wind coming across this way. What happened to our Gulf Stream going out of here? Miami at 22, not good. Orlando only 18 or 19, and Jacksonville coming in at 16. Atlanta at 14. Charlotte, North Carolina, 12. Grandma B's house, 11. Oh, not so warm. Virginia Beach, even colder at 10 degrees Celsius. Philadelphia is 12. New York, 11. And Boston all the way up here at 10 as well. So some real mixed temperatures in the U.S., but looks like the Southwest is really winning with some 35, 36 degree temperatures. And that looks pretty awesome. Mazatlan still only 22 though, which is all right. Mexico City 17, 18-ish, but we pardon me. Don't swallow and talk at the same time. 39 in some of those places there in Mexico. Wow, that is pretty hot. Acapulco, 29 degrees. Seeing some real temperatures. Salina Cruz area as well, 30s, 34s. Cancun, not quite so warm, only at 24 right now. Going down though, the coastal areas you can see 30s, 32s in lots of places. Nicaragua coming in at 30, 31, 32 as well. For most of it, looks like a warming up in places there in Costa Rica, San Jose, only at 19, 20 degrees though. And of course, looking at Panama, looking pretty nice. Temperatures in Colombia, the lower area here is about 29, 30 degrees, and that'll go all the way up the river valleys. And not quite as hot there. Well, they're still up to 32 in some places in Venezuela. That is a lot of a good temperature for them. Pretty humid though, I bet. And looking at our jungle areas, 25, 26, and 27 degrees. And that goes for much of the Brazilian Amazon as well. It doesn't cool off till you get to the eastern side here. Rio de Janeiro, 21, 22. Sao Paulo, about 16. Paraguay, or sorry, that's Bolivia. Bolivia at 26, 25, 24. Paraguay, looking at 25 down to about 22 in some spots. So nice temperatures. Uruguay, let's take a quick look at Paysandú, 21 degrees, and Uruguay out in the coastal areas down to about 16, but 20, 21 in many places. Not quite as hot in Argentina, coming in at 26 or so in some of the hot spots. Cooler in most other places. Buenos Aires only 19 right now. Santiago, Chile is Chile at 17, but they do have that warm temperature going down quite a ways till about here. You can see where that cold takes off again, and sliding over to New Zealand. Let's see if there's anything warm there. We see a nasty low circulating here, bringing, well, it's actually helping to bring warm air back down, so that is good for them. But we see the other circulation bringing cold air up for the bottom end. Christchurch coming in at about 18, 17 in Wellington. Let's have a quick look at Taupo, about 15 degrees there, and looks like the Bay of Plenty area about 19, 20 degrees, and seeing Auckland coming in at about 20, and then we see some maximum about 22 and down to 19 in some spots there on the peninsula. Looking at Tasmania, not so warm today, 16, 15, 14. Down at Hobart on the northern end though, 16 around the edges. Leo's Place coming in somewhere around 15 Celsius. Not so warm there, Leo. Might need that barbecue as a heater. And looks like a 19, 18 there in Adelaide. That's not bad. Sydney coming in about 19. Same thing, 18, 19. And a Home of Oz there in Brisbane. 23 degrees, and that's not so bad. And we see up to 32 degrees in the outback. 33 in some spots. For the most part, that is the warmest we see there. So not that warm in Australia right now. Perth coming in at about 19 degrees. And then, of course, we take a quick look at Fiji at 29-30 as usual. Normal temperatures there, maybe just a tad warm. In our wonderful New Caledonia, Vanuatu, about the same thing, 29 degrees roughly. Looking at Papua New Guinea at 30 in some places, not as hot as it could be right now. Sometimes they're up to 34 degrees. So same thing with eastern Java, looking at around the 30 degree mark, if just a little bit lower in some places. Depending on where you are, that S18 is still going strong here. Hopefully that's not causing too many problems. And of course it's still early in the day, so for those guys there in Java, we see some temperatures up to about 27 already, and 22 looks like about the lowest. Same deal goes for most of Sumatra there. Higher elevations, of course, are always going to be a little colder. Pretty normal for the other islands as well. Bangkok, coming in at 30 degrees, 31 degrees there in Bangkok, and looks like the whole of Thailand is pretty much hot. About 29 degrees or so there in Manila. That is pretty warm as well. We do see a big low off on the coast here, so likely going to get some stormy stuff. Looks like Taiwan a little bit warmer with 25 down on the bottom end. Let's see, Kagoshima and Japan coming in at 19 right now. They are getting that warmer air from down south, and that is still blowing up into places like Seoul, Korea, where they've got 17, and looks like some of the most of the island looking pretty good as far as regular elevations. 20, 21 there in Tokyo, really nice temps. Looking at Sapporo coming in at about 16, 17. That's not bad for up there. Kamchatka Peninsula, you've got a big low sitting here, drawing down some of that cold air in the top, and we see a minus 12, minus 13, but coastal areas are anywhere from 2 to about 6 degrees, depending on where you are, but cold still nonetheless. Looks like pretty normal for Sri Lanka. Delhi coming in at about 16, 17 today. That's a little cooler than normal. And seeing pretty normal there in Madagascar. Looks like it's cold in South Africa. 15 at Cape Town, and single digits down there. Wow, very, very cold for those people. Looks like South Central Africa pretty normal temperatures, and we are seeing some 30 degree temperatures, 32s, and those temps in the southern Sahara Desert. Still seeing some very cold up in the north ends here though, Morocco and Algeria and Tunisia, and even up in Libya along the coast, not so good. Cairo coming in at about 15 right now. Looks like UAE and warmed up by another degree or so. That is nice. We see Oman a little bit warmer. Southern portions of Saudi Arabia also starting to warm up. Iraq is a little warmer as well. Baghdad coming in at about 21 or so. We do still see a fairly cold there in Turkey, but warming up, which is really nice. Adana coming up to 18 right now. Malatya is only 11 or 12. Piggy's house will be somewhere around 13 degrees right now, so a little on the cool side. She was getting some thunderstorms and stuff blowing through there, so we'll see. And Rendanzo looks like 2 degrees, and it looks like we got the warmer temps along the coastal areas, so still quite cold on Sicily. I'm surprised. I thought it'd be warmer by now. And looking at, we got a 10 and Naples. We got Rome coming in at a 7, Milano up north here coming in at 11. So that's kind of backwards. The warmer stuff is further north. And looking at Spain, a southern half, very nice. 15 in Madrid, Lisbon coming in at 14. Aurelio's place coming in at about 9 degrees. That's still not that bad considering it's nighttime. And southern Spain, or sorry, southern France looking pretty good. 10 in Nantes, home of Tanto, and 10 there in Paris as well. Munich coming in at about 9. Frankfurt 10, Cologne 9, Yvonne Kunkel's house about 9, and about 9 in Brussels, there in Belgium, UFO Lux, or OFU Lux, sorry, going to have about 8 degrees, and Amsterdam about 9 degrees, 8, 9 there in Holland for the most part, and 9 in Berlin, 10 in Hamburg, and going up to Thor's place. He's got about 9 degrees up there in Copenhagen. Aarhus about 8 degrees, and that is not bad. That could be worse, though. Now let's see. Oslo about 3 degrees. Stockholm 0. St. Petersburg 2. Moscow coming in at 4 Celsius. London is 7 right now. Looks like Wales, and just a tad cooler, depending on where you are, and anywhere from 7 down to about 3. Leeds coming in at about 5. Glasgow coming in at 5. Aberdeen 5. Dublin, Ireland 4 degrees, 5 degrees, and then over here for our wonderful Irish monk, he's got about 6 or 7 degrees there on his side of the world. Looks like that low has moved away and is no longer pulling that warm air back up. This low needs to move into place and right into here to help draw that warmer air for the Gulf Stream back up. We are seeing colder temperatures now there in Reykjavik at 3 degrees. So it makes a big difference when you've got those lows sitting in the wrong places. And yep, we do see the warmer air though down in the US. That is awesome looking. And of course, and while we're looking, let's take a look at Hawaii. Honolulu 25 degrees Celsius. And that is enough to make me cry. We got a 26 over here at this, what is it? Kahului, Hilo coming in at 22 degrees, and there 21, 22 on the Big Island, and a 25 on that island. I don't know. That is not bad temperatures for out there right now. So that is your basic weather. We will go do precipitation after the break. And well, we'll get going on it anyway right now. It's still got a minute here. So some snow in Alaska, snow in the Yukon and Northwest Territories, going all the way into the top end of Manitoba. We do see some rain along the west coast of our wonderful British Columbia and the Alaskan Panhandle, of course, Queen Charlotte Islands, the rainforest, getting lots of rain. Northern half of Vancouver Island getting nailed with rain, possibly some rain down on the southern half as well, and some snow in the interior. We see this system from all the way from, I guess, out here in the tip of California, going all the way up through Portland and those areas, just skirting on Spokane. And if they are correct, this system is what is going to be giving us the snow tomorrow. So this will move up and give us the snow starting around 3 or 4 a.m. Anyway, sliding over a little bit more, looking at what we've got. Quebec has got some thunderstorms and stuff in the interior. Northern portions of Quebec definitely getting some snow going into Labrador, but looks like the eastern portions of the Canadian country here are not bad. Nothing for Nova Scotia, PEI, and New Brunswick, or Newfoundland. And if we go and take a look at the U.S. real quick, yeah, Oklahoma City north up into Kansas. Yeah, thunderstorms possible, tornado makers, and we do see some stormy stuff down here in Texas as well. And a real quick peek, looking at what we've got in Florida. They've got all kinds of stormy activity. Not big storms, so these are all small isolated storms. Hopefully things will be okay. And Mexico, yeah, they've got a little bit bigger system sitting there over in Mexico City and that area, and the Gulf side, of course. We'll come back after the break and we will start over here. We do see some here in Costa Rica as well. And we'll go take that break, and we'll finish off our precipitation. And looking warm at 2 pineapples. Yep, 21, 22 degrees is not bad for them right now. Anyway, going to put it back on the lava. I'm going to go take a break for a few minutes. Please don't go away. We'll get you some music. And don't forget to hit the like button if you haven't done that already. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away. we've got that microphone back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. We're on the final part of our wonderful stream today, and we were doing our weather, whether we like it or not. And actually, I checked. I was looking outside, and I actually stuck my arm out the window, and it is got a few little raindrops. I'm going to have to go down right after the stream is over and put our bunny food into the dome shelter to keep it dry. Thank you, Mars 2028, for the welcome back, as well as Ken in Aska's country. I do appreciate that. And Sharon Stewart is busy looking at her cold temperatures so she won't get beat today. Let's stop our lava and we will pause that. And she says, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. There we go. Let's put that back on our weather map, and we will continue on. I was just kind of looking at this. We got that high sitting on the east coast. We got a low out here. That, of course, is kind of weird the way everything is. This high is actually causing the Gulf Stream to go south rather than north. So we'll see what happens once this gets drawn back out and heads back up north. And this low moves over a little bit more. This high moves over. The circulation, of course, will change. And then we've got these two highs. They'll work together and bring that warm air back up the eastern coastline. That'll work out good for them. And, of course, we see those stormy things in Mexico and Central America. Then we get into our wonderful areas of the jungles, and we are seeing that. My mouse is moving plus and minus too fast. Give up. Don't give up. And I hear you too. My thoroughly enjoyed the music. Awesome, Lisa. Thank you. And okay, it gets a person rocking, doesn't it, Lisa? Yep. You know, it's supposed to keep you moving a little bit. Anyway, yeah, we see all kinds of different things. Looks like Ecuador is getting the most of the rain from the looks there. Not so bad in Peru, and of course, the jungle has got storms. I was watching a really neat thing on about thunderstorms, and they were saying that this is an area that always gets thunderstorms on a daily basis. And if you want to go there and go at nighttime, there's always storms there, northern portion of. So we'll have to keep an eye on this. They say there's just about daily storms there. Thunderstorms. It's kind of weird. But anyway, if you want lots of lightning, that's the place to go. And so they don't know why, but lots and lots of lightning there all the time. I swear it's aliens. It's got to be aliens. Everybody else always says it's got to be the aliens doing it. So anyway, looks like not bad for normal weather for them. We do see this system, the low sitting here off of Chile, and that is bringing moisture all the way across. That high, of course, recirculating it, and we are seeing some of that rebound there. Looks like I wouldn't want to be down in the South Sandwich Islands right now. They look like they're getting nailed. And oh my God, look at all this stuff here. Yep, Southern Island getting bombarded with two separate systems. That low not being friendly out there in New Zealand. Christchurch looks dry right now though, but the western side of the island definitely, and the southern and definitely getting some heavy rains. Just north of Wellington, some rain there as well. And looks like Auckland is out of the woodwork right now, but we see this stormy system all the way around, and I'm sure that'll move across there. Same with this. So we'll see that in the next 24 or 48 hours moving across. Looking at Hobart, Tasmania, not bad. Maybe some coastal showers. Melbourne looks dry, and we see not bad there in the bottom end of Australia. A little bit of a moisture, and we see some going into the outback as well. Fairly cool though, and looks like a lot of stormy stuff down in the south. Looks dry for Oz, and very happy that you've got dry weather, Oz. And looking over here at our wonderful Fiji, a little bit of rain, and not too bad. Likely Tonga and that area is pretty good. But as soon as you get into a Vanuatu area and head to the west, and the Papua New Guinea area, lots and lots of different showers. S18 still working its magic down on the southern side of Indonesia here on the and Australia, of course, and variable rain all over the place in Java. Not so much in Sumatra today, and not so much on the other islands. We do see some stuff here. I'm not sure what bay they call this or whatever, but they have a storm there. And then this thing sitting off of the Philippines. I think they're going to see that move in this way, and they'll see some more rain there. Looks like not much in Hong Kong today, and those areas. Shanghai is dry as well. Seoul looks like it's just dry, but North Korea getting nailed, and Japan looks okay, but very cloudy. And then we see the stuff in China, and here's that low off the Kamchatka Peninsula, and that is pulling all the cold air down from up north, as well as some of that moisture from the Bering Sea, and we are seeing it all kind of dumping there. Lots of snow for those guys. India, not bad, looking dry though. Sri Lanka, dry. Some rain there in Madagascar. Looks like not too much in the southern ends of Africa, the central region, so definitely getting their regular rain. And pretty dry in the Sahara Desert. Seeing more rain there in Saudi Arabia, which is unusual for a very dry place. And then also looking at Syria, and of course more rain for Turkey. And Piggy's house, yeah, Piggy's likely getting some rain as well now. They still need that rain for the dry summer season, so looks like that Crete is going to get some rain as well pretty quick, and nothing over here in Athens, but these other countries up top here are definitely getting a bunch of rain. And looks like the Black Sea's got a big storm sitting in it. And Sicily, the edges, not bad though. Snow on the edge of Mount Etna. A little bit of stuff there in our wonderful Italy, and nothing in Sardinia. Few little spots in Spain, so just a little rain in Spain. And we take a look at France. They've got a system moving to the north, and that's moving into a Germany area. And looks like that is creating a big path through Germany with all kinds of rain going all the way into Denmark, at least the western portions of it. And looks like Holland has got some rain. And then we've got spotted rain in England and Wales, and a little heavier up in Scotland and North Ireland, and same a little easier there in regular Ireland. And don't go to Iceland. If you want good weather, don't go to Iceland. It's yeah, you pick it. It's got rain and snow everywhere, and likely even some ice rain down here. There you go. And yep, that is near Katla. So that is what they've got. And looks like Reykjavik is okay though, with just a few rain showers. So lots of snow in the interior, and then of course we see along the Greenland coast as turning white again, and so that's what we've got there. That's our weather for today. Let's find the coldest temperatures on the planet, and this is where the search begins. And I am finding some very cold temps already. So very, very cold stuff. Hey Susie, welcome. Minus 70 already. Wow, that is chilly. Minus 71. Minus 71. Searching for the cold. Yeah, I've got minus 71 in Antarctica so far. Let's see if we can find anything colder. Minus 70. I seen a 71 there just a second ago as well. Let's see if there's anything colder around here. Minus 69, 70. Oh, there's a minus 72. And minus 72 so far. Okay, a minus 72. And yeah, minus 72 on the screen. And I think that is probably the coldest that we're going to see. The other area is a little bit warmer. And looking here, yeah, I think minus 72 is going to be about it. I don't see anything colder in those other places. No, minus 72. All right, let's call it a minus 72 in Antarctica. And let's see what we have for Greenland. Greenland's going to be tough. Look at that. They have got a high sitting there and keeping warm. We got to find cold places. And that is going to be a tough. Let's see, a minus 32. Holy, there's a minus 33. I am going to be floored here if I find something colder than minus 33. Holy macaroni, that is not so good. And what about there? A minus 33 in that little spit or island. So a minus 33 is what I've got so far. Oh, a minus 34. I'm getting there. Minus 34. All right. Minus 34. And what else have we got? A minus 34 is our coldest so far. Minus 34. Minus 34. And where else can we look? Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Minus, oh hang on, what's this over here? There, I found it. I found the secret places. Minus 37 right there. And that is just crazy. Minus 37 in 2 spots. Yeah. Minus 36 there. Minus 37 right along the coast. So, yep, I'm going to call it minus 37 for Iceland, for Greenland. and we'll see what the Canadian North is. Canadian North, we will see what we've got there, and there's a minus 36 right there. 36, 36, 36, not doing good. And minus 36. There's a minus 37 right there. Minus 37. There's a minus 38. So far, minus 38. And okay, minus 38 so far. 30. There's a 38 again here, so that is okay. Minus 38. Oh, I lost that one. Minus 38. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to go with a minus 38. Oh, what's it in this area? Minus 38. No 39s anywhere. No, I'm gonna go with a minus 38, and that will be good for there. And let's go take a look at Siberia. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. Siberia. Oh my God. Minus 34. What about in the north? North. What do we got in the north? No. And this is not good. The north is way too warm. Minus 30. Yeah. I don't know. Minus 33. Minus 33. Wow. Oh, there's a minus 34. I think we'll have to call it as that minus 34 right there. Minus 34. That's all we get. And that's it. I'm calling it minus 34 degrees Celsius. And that will be okay. And there we go. That is our weather map. And I'm getting the airdrop ready. Sharon finds minus 71. Oh, I got her by a degree, and there's a degree there in Greenland. Oh, she beat me by a degree. Oh no, hang on. I beat her by a degree there in. Oh, hang on. Oh, I beat her in. Oh, she beat me in Siberia. Sharon Stewart stopped with the sweep, but Dr. Fox is the winner today. Wow, I didn't get a clean sweep, but we tried. We tried. We'll see if we can do an airdrop for the animals, and we'll try to work on that real quick. We'll get the bears, the polar bears. We need the penguins. Penguins, where are you? There. We need seals. And there we go with seals. And we need a deer. And I think I've got everybody that I need to feed. Hang on. So we got. Oh, we need the bison. Bison. There we go. We'll get the buffaloes some food too. And what about the bunnies? The northern rabbits. They need food, and wow, they probably got things to munch on right now. And all right, typing here, so gotta get my airplane ready. And there we go. All right, off to go feed the animals. We made it. And let's leave it as that. Thank you very much, Sharon Stewart, for hanging in there and trying to find those warmer or colder places. That is awesome. Really appreciate your efforts, and that is very cool. And we'll put it back on our lava here from Cumbre Vieja. And we'll wrap up the stream for tonight. I see we are at 96 likes. We've only got 16 people left in here. That's okay. And thank you everyone for being here. I want to say a big thank you to Oz for gifting that one membership. There were no super chats today, so no need to talk about that. Thank you to our moderators, Arizona Snowman and Piggy and C&D Boy and Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, and Lucas Snow and Joseph Fields. Thank you, moderators. Last chance before I win by default. What are you winning? Who wants to challenge me for the bonus to Alaska's cold temperatures? Alaska's cold temps. I'm saying minus 30 degrees is the coldest I can find up there. Minus 30. Is that acceptable? Minus 30 degrees Celsius. Will you take that as a bet before you default it? All right. That's it, you guys. Time to wrap up for today. Thank you kindly, everyone, for being here. And like I say, no super chats, nothing like that, so we don't need to worry about any of those, other than thank you, Oz, for gifting that one membership. That does help out. And glad that somebody got it right away, so all cool. And for those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, we are only 3 away from getting to that 100 mark. And well, Darn Doc wins the bonus round. Why? What did you find? What did you find, Mars? I just scooped over it, and I found a minus 30 within about 10 seconds. And so where was that spot? There's a bunch of 29s there. Yeah, there was a minus 30 that I seen in there when I moved my mouse over it, and I can't remember exactly where it was. I see 29 on the thing now, but it did have a minus 30 there for a second. I'm gonna have to zoom back in and see if I can locate it. But most of that area is 29. I'm just checking 28 there. Yeah, I did see one minus 30 in there when I was scooting over it, so it's pretty close. So I bet you there's only 1 or 2 spots that are like that. And oh, I think I just found it again. It's in kind of the bottom end of that tooth area. That it looks like a tooth. And down in the root area, we found it again, and I lost it again. It changes. That's weird. Well, the weather map keeps moving, so that is what we've got. But no worries, I'm not so worried. It's all good. Anyway, time to wrap it up, you guys, and I do appreciate each and every one of you being here. And be good, be kind, take care, and all the best to all of you from us, with the wonderful stream here. So thanks, moderators, thanks, Lava family, thank you everyone for being here. And please, please, the only last thing I add, and I'm really sincerely mean it, tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We'll see everyone tomorrow on our regular stream times. And please make sure you can get to it. And on that note, good night, take care, and oink oink.